Hello all, my name is Dimitri. I'm the guy behind UKids Toys and importing UGears mechanical puzzles or mechanical kits into United States. I wanted to start off, this is my first attempt with the assembly instructions for one of the actually hardest models. I picked the truck this time, so we'll see how that's gonna go. Just want to introduce some of the tools that I might be using or most likely will be using. First one is not really a tool, but wax. It's a lubricant for plywood. Works very well. So I'm just using a regular tea candle. Any kind of candle will work. I wouldn't recommend to use anything like WD-40 or any kind of liquid oils because those will be absorbed by wood and will not work very well. Some kind of sharp knife, also a useful tool if you need to cut some parts out or clean it off a little bit. Set of pliers, just in case if you need to pull out the toothpick if it breaks off. I find it a little bit easier to use the pliers rather than your fingers, especially if they are covered in wax, candle wax. And one of the last things is a little file that I'm going to be using. That's very helpful, especially when you're cleaning off the gears. So we're going to go ahead and start, and we'll see how it is going to go. And obviously I'm going to be waiting for your comments. We'll see you in a bit. Alright, so we're going to start by opening up. I got one of the little bit damaged kits, which is shouldn't be a big problem. Usually might get box breaks off or plastic breaks off, but in reality this plywood planks are a little bit hard to break off, so that's why you can use pretty much any kind of model. So no worries if you get accidentally damaged model. Obviously we can replace it if needed, but in reality it shouldn't be a problem most of the time. I know and understand that if you want to give it as a present, we'll definitely replace it if it is becomes in damaged shipping, but otherwise you should be okay. So this is opening of the box. Gonna go ahead and take all the plastic off. So let's see what we have here. We got, take all the garbage away. So we have instructions, obviously, pretty thick. I think what's it? The model is truck UGM-11, and it's got 420 parts, so it's one of the more complicated one. And we do have 8 pieces of plywood planks. Okay, let's see what we have here. Open up the instruction, first page. As I mentioned before, it is recommended to use candle wax, file if needed to be, knife to cut off some pieces or cut apart some of the pieces, give some measurements for the toothpick, and a couple little parts I can show right here. That's measuring parts, or help you to, the ones that help you to measure or pull some of the rubber bands through more complicated pieces. So let's find those first. Obviously we have a lot of toothpicks. Usually they come with some extras just to make sure in case if you damage some. Rubber bands. I'm trying to find, here you go. So this is the last piece. We have a little H2 right here, H3, and then a piece of H4, and one of the pieces of H1, which is right here. So let's go ahead. One of the tips is to push those through towards the front face. Front face is usually where you see very nice clean cuts. You don't see any burn marks, and the back face would be with the little burn marks. That's where the laser goes through. So right here, I don't know if you can see it on the video, but this would be the back face, and this is the front face. So you push it towards the front, and that way you kind of eliminating little dings that might be left off from pieces where the wood is not completely cut, where the pieces are connected to the actual plywood planks. So some of these pieces are a little bit hard to push through, but you just have to work it through with your finger, a little bit with your nail to push them. So we got H1, we got H2, working on H3 right now, got that out, and then obviously H4 is the last piece. So with these little pieces, it doesn't matter whether you push them or pull them through the front face, because obviously they're helpers, but otherwise I would highly recommend to do that. So, and let's start with page 1 of instructions. Usually on instructions you will see right here in this corner, one of the corners, you will see the plank that you're looking for. There is a little number, tells you what the plank number is. All these plywood pieces are also marked at one of the corners, so you can kind of helps you out to look for them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So it should be 8 pieces total, and it says on this one piece number 6. So that's what we're starting with. Let's look for number 6. So the pieces aside for now, so you're gonna come back to them later, obviously. And as I mentioned before, we have front face, back face, and we need pieces. We start off with number 1 and number 2, and let's find them. Here's pieces number 1. It's also a key. The amount of time it's going to take you is usually the amount of time you're going to be looking for pieces. So if it's going to be a little bit too long, that it might take a little bit extra time. And we have 2. And 1. So, and as you can see, there's little pieces of plywood where it was cut by the laser, not finished cut. So you might want to clean it off. I'm not sure where that piece is going to be used with, but it is a good idea to clean it regardless of the location, because it might be somewhere pretty important, and you don't want it to get stuck, especially after complete assembly. Let's see, and we need half of the toothpick. So, and because we do need 2 of these type of pieces, we're going to start with 4 and cut them in half, which makes a total of 8. I'm gonna go ahead and increase the speed a little bit when I'm doing the assembly, and comment if I do have any, if there's any complications or questions. So with the toothpicks, I start them off a little bit with a knife, and then just break them off. Makes it a little bit easier and cleaner break, and at the same time you don't need to cut through completely with the knife, because it is might be a little bit too hard. So we got 8 of these pieces. One of the warnings on here, it does say, let's see, it does say to clean off the pieces, the cut-offs, because it will be important in the assembly. So let's clean one. Just try it with your finger, test it out to see it, to make sure the surface is nice and clean. And then you use one, put 4 toothpicks through. And just to warn you guys, it's going to be one lengthy video, because it is one of the hardest assemblies. Might take up to maybe 10 hours or so. So I'm gonna try to do need harder service in order to push those through. So we got them nice and flat here. And let's see, we have one of these pieces. Though it doesn't tell us how far you gotta insert it. So we'll keep it like this for now. It actually does show on a second picture to insert it a little bit further all the way to the end. So that's what we're gonna do. One piece, and here's the second. So sometimes toothpicks do break, so you can use another one. Regular toothpicks that you can buy in the store, make sure it's a double-sided. Sometimes they do sell you little ones, only one side. Let's see. Here's one of the situations where the toothpicks don't go through completely. I'm gonna try them one by one and see which one got stuck. So one goes through. Yep, here you go. That's the one. That's where the pliers come in very handy. You just grab onto the toothpick and pull it out completely. So we'll need another toothpick. So we'll take that, cut it in half. Leave the other just in case. Sometimes you will be missing those and you don't need to cut it the second time. So, and I break it off again. So as I mentioned before, that's it. So all 4 of them are through. And sometimes I'm going to be quiet. You can always email me the questions. Here we go. So this one is through. It does say to lubricate in the gears and around this little piece, round piece. So in those cases, I just take another toothpick. As I said, I use the candle and just dip the stick in there, grab a little bit of wax and apply it to the surface. Help to spread it a little bit with your finger. And as I said, it is a good lubricant. It doesn't get absorbed as much unless you heat it up a little bit. Obviously, when you use your finger, it will heat up slightly, but it shouldn't be a problem at all. So we apply wax everywhere on the gears. As I said, it will help with a smoother operation, because if you don't, it will be a little bit hard in the beginning, but then eventually it will adjust to itself. And so you're okay without using it, but highly recommend it. And my finger's not working very well. Maybe I need a beer or 2, considering it is a Saturday night. And I'm not sure why, well, I know the reason why I'm doing it, because I don't have any other time to do it, but at the same time, my kid is asleep, my wife is out, so we're all good to go. Just me and you. Alright, so we got these 2 pieces. Now, we're looking at the same plank, which is number 6. We gotta put piece number 4 and number 5. So, once again, towards the front. Usually the larger pieces come out very easy. And then we do need pieces number 3, which were on the same location as 1 and 2. Just check, make sure there is no leftovers on these. Clean them off with a file if not needed to be. And otherwise you're good. So we'll take piece number 4. Make sure you check which piece is which. Sometimes they do differ. And I already inserted into the wrong location, so let's see. Once again, use some tools to help you push the gears through the toothpicks. There you go. Here's one. It's rotating, so it's all good. It does say to use a little wax on these gears also. So we're gonna put some on there. Once again, don't worry if it's gonna stick out a little bit, but as long as the helps the operation, then you should be good to go. Might not look as neat, although you can use something else, some kind of other tool to put wax into the gears, but this is just my preference of choice is the toothpick. Let's see, and here's the second gear. Make sure you use the correct holes, which I almost didn't. Alrighty, and it's rotating, so we're good to go. That's the way shown in the picture, and now we have to cut off. So you can either use the knife, which is a little bit harder, and as I said, I usually just mark them a little bit and then peel them off or break them off, because they do break nice and neat closer to the gear. If you don't use the knife, you might have like a little bit left over, just like I just did. So probably then you can use the knife to cut it off completely. Put the garbage aside, make sure it's not in your way, and do the same thing with the other piece. Said knife, just start off cutting to break them off, or you can, once again, you can break it without the knife. Shouldn't be a big problem, and just clean it up if needed. Nice and easy. Both of these are rotating. Does show you to give a little bit space, so we're gonna open it up a little bit, just with the knife, as it is recommended by the manufacturer. Be careful, sharp objects. So it shouldn't be sitting tight. That's what pretty much they're telling you to do to make sure that the gears are spinning and rotating. And I'm gonna give it a little bit more bigger opening, so it rotates nice and easy. Same thing on here. All right, we're good with part number one. Now we go to part number two, which is the same plank. We use parts number 6, 7, and 8. There's one of the number 6s, which I need to find. Number 7 and 8 is right next to him. We need 2 of each. Actually, yes. That will, my assumption that will make an axle, but we'll see later on. Once again, clean the parts off a little bit, the connection points, because those do tend to stick out. We'll see. There's going to be a huge editing of the of the video. Hopefully, it's not going to take me too long of a time, but we'll see how it's going to work. So we got number 6, and we do number 8 first, all the way to the end, and then number 7, all the way to the end. Recommendation to put some lubricant, which is in our case is candle wax. On one side, and then lubricant on the other side. Let's see, this one fell off a little bit. All right, put another part aside. Then we go with number 9 and number 10. So here's our number 9 piece. There's some other pieces inside of it, so make sure you break those off, because you might have little problems if you don't take these out. If there's interior piece, I would recommend it to push it the other way. That way, once again, is when the plywood breaks off, you're not going to get those peel marks on the actual piece. You will get it on the piece that you're going to be throwing out anyway. And then number 10 is on that little block. So that one we have to do the push it towards the front face. And then we use one more toothpick. Cut it in half. And then this is our gauges. Cool. Make sure you insert it the right way, which I'm going to try to do. Oh, I feel it's going to be a lot of editing. Because if it takes me such a long time to push a toothpick through, you guys are probably pretty bored by now. Unless you're doing it at the same time and it takes you longer than me. Then it's perfectly fine. Make sure you have everything in the correct position. And once again, use some proper tools. Helper tools, and then you can always clean it off with either a file. Just make sure it's nice and flat and you're not going to get your fingers cut, or you can use the knife blade to make a nice clean cut. So looks like we do cut it on both ends. I'm gonna leave these here for now. You'll see, cut it off later just in case. Next we have number 11 and number 12. So same thing here. Number 11, number 12 on a little block inside, so I push it the other way so I don't have tear marks. And then towards the front on the actual piece. This is garbage, so you can throw it away. One more toothpick, cut in half. This time I cut it through, and then we put it right through here. For some reason it tells you to push the toothpicks a different direction, which doesn't really matter which way you put it as long as you cut it properly afterwards. So whichever way is easier for you, that's the way you should go with. And I broke it off, but that's fine because at the end of the day you still have to cut them off. So it does tell you to clean off the pieces, make sure they don't stick out completely. So I use a knife to clean it off here on this side, and then a knife to clean it off on this side. Two pieces flying away, flying apart. Nice and clean and smooth surface. Maybe a little bit filed, just in case. And we're finally to page number 2 of the assembly, but of page number 5 of the booklet, which is a good thing. Pieces number 13 and 14 and 15. So 14 is right here, added in one of the little blocks. Piece number 14 and 15. Here I found 15, also push it through. If you're pulling the block through, then pull it towards yourself, towards the back side, and then if you're pushing, the part is push, the block is pull, I should say. So sometimes you gotta work the parts a little bit to get them out. You might use some tool, but it tends to leave some indentation marks. Alright, so we have part number 15, 14, and then we need to find number 13, which I hope is also on the same block. Yes, it is. And we do have 2 of them. We just need use one. All right, and we take a part that we assembled in first. Assembly instructions. Towards yourself, number 13 goes in here. Once again, your fingers, if it doesn't go all the way through, I'd recommend to use like a helper piece, which is H1, and push it through completely. Number 14 goes in here and comes through easy. I'm not sure if the L matters, which way L faces, but we're gonna face it the same way as they recommend. And then number 15 goes into here. So now you see the part. It's all good. Next one, we're putting actually our axle in there. My assumption is axle. Never mind. We're using a second piece. And in the second piece, we'll need number 16. We got 16. It's right here on the part. Right here. Pull it through. Push it through. Sorry. I'll be confusing myself with the terms. Once again, I apologize. This is my first assembly instructions, so please bear with me. Number 17 is right here. Also push it through, away from yourself. And we do have other pieces already pre-assembled. So take this piece, get this assembly going first with the piece that was assembled in previous steps. I'm guessing I'm gonna actually, let me take this off really quick and cut these pieces off, these little toothpicks. As I said, I thought I might need them, but apparently not, so I'm just gonna take these off. Worst case scenario, you can always come back and redo the toothpicks. Shouldn't be a big problem. So we take this piece with the gauges attached to the platform, let's call it that. Take the second piece of the chassis. Make sure you have it in the proper direction. Do have numbers 18. Here's number 18 in one of the blocks. I put it aside. Make sure you don't lose it. That's why I didn't throw it away. Now it's completely empty, so I take it out. So number 18 goes into here. Works for me. Number 13, the second one, which I didn't push through. Just goes into right here, one of the corner pieces. Put it in. And then we have, let's see. So while I was doing that, my number 18 fell out. And you don't want to completely get lost. And then we put the other pieces in. So the little number 18 piece is loose in here because there's a round hole in there for the square piece, or perpendicular. Now you put the little platform and attach it together. Then we got number 17 in here also. We're gonna stick it right where it tells us with the little two openings. Most of the pieces, the design is made the way that most of the pieces will go only in a specific spots, which is good, especially the pieces that are hard to take out. Make sure it's all the way in. Gears are rotating, so good. And then we have a left and a right. There's little ladders on here, so make sure you insert it the right way. And it is with the, so if we take this part down this way, the ladder is facing you in this case, and make sure right is on your right side. It's my left, so we put it in like this. And then number 3 instructions tells us to attach the second piece of the puzzle. We're gonna do the same thing. Make sure, well, everything goes in properly the way it's supposed to. If you see here little squeaky noises, most of the time it's fine until you hear the cracking noise. So cracking noise, that means the plywood is starting to go, but you shouldn't hear that much too often. Let's see, we're completed step number 3. So I can already see a vehicle. Put it aside. Next we're gonna go, we're still with the number, oh, guess what I forgot? It's right sitting in front of me. So we do have to take it apart now. Because the instructions are good, because it does give you a chance to see how I break things off and possibly go for the second puzzle. I'm kidding. Alright. Once again, it is pretty sturdy, so you might be breaking things only in some rare cases. So, see, we did forget the axle. So we're gonna put the axle in, and then put everything back together the way it's supposed to go. Or I'm just gonna cut that part out and you're never gonna see what I did. Kidding. it's already in the video. And I'm not very good with editors, so yet. So most likely you will not see that part cut out, and you see me fail there for a second. Alright, the pieces are together. Axle is in there now. Nice and tight. Next step, we're still on the same puzzle piece. We have numbers 19, 20, two 19s, 120, and 121. They're all in the same block. We'll push that block through just to make sure. So we got piece number 221s. I'm sorry, I said 1 at this stage, but I haven't looked further. Two number 19s on the first step, and then two number 19s on the second step. Makes it total of 4 number 19s. And then number 20, only one of those. And then we have an empty piece which I can toss because I'm not going to use it anymore. Then we take number 21, take two number 19s. I'll pre-start them a little bit. Use the little cross piece. Another number 19, and then put these two into the assembly, and then the other two will go the opposite direction. We just need to make sure we insert the puzzle pieces correctly. You don't want to take these tiny pieces apart. And here we go. Make sure this all the way in on both ends. Alright, this part, nice little transfer gear. Then we have number 22, 23, 26, 25, 24, and 25 again. So 25, 24, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. They're also on the same piece. Start with 22, 23, 24, 25. They all in the same location, which is good. The numbers are written on the back side. That's also a little tip that to push it through away from you, number on the side is closer to you, so you push it towards the other side. And then also this one's empty, I'm gonna toss it out. And then we have number 26, which is right next to those pieces. Let me pull it out. Sometimes you might want to use a little knife or scalpel or box cutter, whichever one you're using, to cut the pieces out rather than push them through. Alright, so this one we take any side with a thicker piece, put it in there parallel to the number 19s that you did in the beginning. Then we have number 22, which is a smaller piece. Number 23, somewhere in the center, I'm assuming, just floating around for now. They do recommend to put a little bit of wax on a gear shaft, so I'm gonna take a piece and just kind of rub it off a little bit before I finish the assembly. It's that easy. Then we got number 25 at the end. That one's hard to push through. 24. And then 25 again. Our assembly of the gear transfer shaft complete. And we take our chassis and let's see. This is 20. Opposite side. 23 goes towards the axle that we already installed. Then 22 is on the opposite end, right here. Once again, make sure the piece is sitting all the way in. And it looks like everything is operational. Good. See it spinning. If it spins, good. If it doesn't spin, bad. We check everything right now, and that's what it tells us at the end. And then there's a photograph available for that, so take a mental on page 37 to show you how it's supposed to look like. And then they do recommend to put toothpicks. We do have a little pieces left over from the previous one in little slots right here to hold piece number 22 in place. Let me clean it off a little bit because there's a little piece that's stuck in there. So toothpick on one side and then toothpick on the other side. It's just to make sure that it doesn't fall out. And then you cut it off, or as I mentioned before, probably, let's see, I'm going to cut off a little sharp pieces on the ends. Probably should do it before putting it into the assembly, but I don't want to take it out, so I'm going to do it here. And then move it all the way so it holds a little better, because if you're going to have the sharp piece in there, pointing piece, well, it might break off. You don't want that to happen after the full assembly is complete. So, and then cut these pieces off that's sticking out on the outside. As I mentioned before, just start it and then break it off with your fingers. Makes it a little bit easier than trying to cut it off. So we have our first piece, second piece of the puzzle complete, and we're moving on to page number 6 of the booklet and page number 3 of the assembly. So we're page number 3. Step number 1 is to use still the same number 6 plank. I don't know why I call them planks. Whatever you want to, pieces. And we need, from there, we need number 27, which are right here in the corner. Push them through. Number 29 and 28. 28 is right here. And 29 is right here. And then you got 30, 31, and another 27. So little 30, 31s right here. Once again, they're on the block. So just push them through. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I don't want to talk too loud. My son is asleep. And let's see, yeah, we got two pieces. This is empty block, toss it. This plate is another word for it, is empty, so we can also toss it out. We do need two toothpicks, one and two. Number 28, one of the 27th, 27 on the other side, but this is 29. My apology. I'm gonna take it out, reverse it, put it on the opposite side like this, and then 28 goes in here, and then we cover it up with another 27 and two toothpicks in between. One is right here, one end, and then the other on the other 27 to 27, nice and easy. And then the other one goes right in the middle. Well, one more tip, I guess. Read the instruction first, assemble second. Because otherwise, might have to take some pieces apart, just like me. Careful with the toothpicks, they're somewhat sharp. You don't need to cut anything out here. Then we got number 31 facing outward and locking a little bit under the toothpick. Once again, read the instructions first, assemble second. So because I haven't, now I have to take it apart one more time. Now I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Nice and easy, it should come off without any major problems. Maybe just a little bit tight, but and one more try. Toothpick. No. Number 31. Number 30 with the hook goes with the toothpick through. So we put the toothpick through the bigger hole, because there's a tiny one, that one you're probably gonna need for something, and then a big hole, and then you put a 27. Hopefully this is the final time. All right. Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. You guys don't want to see that? Here you go. Me struggling. Here's our assembly, little hook. It's operational. It does say to cut off the little points on here to make sure they're not on the way. So I'm gonna clean it off. And we put this piece aside. So nice assembled one. Then we need to take plate number one. Let's see. Just a little hint, the way it looks. And we found our number one. The numbers are right here in the bottom corner. And here we need pieces number, backside has the numbers. We need pieces number 33 and 32. There's two 33s. Push it through. And then 32 is a little star gear. Also push it through. Toothpick. Start off with 33. Another 33. Then 32, and then it's recommended to use one of the helper pieces, H1 I believe it was. Use a little hole that is on top here to help pushing these all the way to the middle. A little bit past the middle. So the way I usually do it makes it a little bit easier. You do one by one, because otherwise to push all three of them a little bit harder. So let's see if I can take it apart. This is where my pliers come in handy. As I said, there's plenty of toothpicks in the market. Just go your local store and they should have the toothpicks available. So this one I'm gonna put aside, might use it in the end if I running short. So I'm just gonna open a new one, take one piece, go past the middle as recommended. Or closer to the middle, so it's easier. 32 from the other side. And this piece, so it shows that this little H1 has to be right at the center of one of the edges. So once again, it's eyeballing, and you cut it off with that piece on. You cut that toothpick off, so it's also kind of like a measurement piece. So there's a little piece that's supposed to be sticking out. Leave it on there, and then you lubricate a toothpick, which is the easiest. You just dip it in. Oops. And rub it on, and we just put it aside. Ooh, those are engine blocks. Numbers 34 and 35. They're also on the plate number 1. Just gotta find them, and they're right here in the corner. So we got two 34s. Okay, we're good to go. I was just checking if we're still recording, and we still are, as you can see. So two 34 pieces. Toothpicks, we need 3 of them. Cut into halves. Makes it a total of 6. Let's see. Try to keep the garbage away. Alright, we keep 2 of them open, so just the outside ones, middle ones. Let's see, take a nicer surface to the outside. Apologize, I said nicer surface to the outside. the visible side, middle ones, and then outside ones. So you got still 4 holes that are not covered by the toothpicks. And then we'll push these through. Once again, if you break it off a little bit, it shouldn't be a problem, like in this case. Pliers come in handy. Pull the piece out. Take another toothpick. Cut it in half. Push it through. See? Some of the toothpicks, they do vary in size. Unfortunately, there's a tolerance. So some of those might go in a little bit easier, some of them might go a little bit harder, but generally you should be able to find the ones that go in easier and use those. But the holes do have tolerance too, so it's another issue. We have this piece, number 35 goes on top. And then another 34. And just gonna push it a little bit at a time. I probably should have done one at a time rather than both of them. If you do 2, makes it a little bit harder. So little by little, get these things together. Once again, the other option is to put all these 3 together and then push the toothpick through. Also an option. It is really up to you. That's why it's a kit, that's why it's a puzzle, that's why it's a challenge. And then third piece, make sure these 2 tabs are facing the same direction. Just like that. To the opposite of the number 35. So again, H1 to help you out. And then at the end, you break off the toothpicks anyway. So this is our engine block. I might be calling the things wrong names. I apologize for that. But here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and break them off. Use the knife if needed. Engine block is ready. Put it aside. Now, on the same number 1 piece, we got little puzzle pieces, 36, 37, 38, and 39. And they all... Here's 36s. Let's push the block out. We got 37s. And they do have 40s on here, so I just put it aside for now. So we got 36, 37, 38s are right here, and 39s are right here. So I'm gonna put this aside. Do 36s first. Alrighty, 39s I would clean up for sure. Little teeth or anything like that. They're all nice and smooth on all the ends and edges. Alright, so we do have number 36. Dip it in now. Wax. Number 37s. Gonna go like this. Right on top of that head. 38, see a little bit twist in there. 38 goes on top to lock it up. And then 39 is a little cylinder, oh, piston head. Alrighty. And we do have our nice make sure they all sit it nice and tight. Gotta put a little bit force onto it, and then our piston moves a little bit on the axis. And we repeat 4 times. Now we need number 40, 41, no, and 42. Let's look for that. 42 is right here. Crankshaft, as I remember it correctly. For number 40s, as we put aside a little bit earlier. Garbage. And number 41s, also 4 of them. Alrighty. So looks like it doesn't matter how we start off, or it does. Okay, so this is the first piece. There's a little slot right here. Keep that slot towards your hand, but away from you. You use pre-assembled piece with that little tooth towards you, and that's how you put it in here. And you just lock it with the number 41 piece. So the tooth, that's where it goes into. Let me see if I get it correctly. There you go. I was able to lock it. And then you also have to wax that a little bit and lock it up with the number 41. Number 41, they're little slots. They go up and down towards the piston and away from it, not perpendicular to it. No, the slots are perpendicular, but it's more like a rectangular piece, so it's longer sides are perpendicular to the piston. So we have one, and we do need to wax the shaft, which I didn't do on that first piece, but as I mentioned before, the wax is recommended. It makes separation much smoother. Then would have been, let's see, I can use a toothpick to kind of get a little wax on inside there. Here you go. Now spin it all around a little bit to make sure it goes on everything. Alright, so, and then you got 4 slots, 4 pistons, they all facing the same direction. So go ahead and put them on. I'm falling asleep right with you guys. So now we have the assembly. It's all nice and rotating. And we gotta lubricate the pistons. The ones that I told you to make them nice and smooth. Now we gotta make them even smoother. So again, if you keep the candle wax in your hands a little bit, it does get softer. It's easier. Okay, going to the next page of instructions. It's number 4, I think, 7. We're just gonna keep with the regular number, so it's number 7. Here we still have number 1 plate. We need number 43, 40. Let's see, 44. We got 43 right here, 44, 45. Little 2 round 46s, which are inside here. So starts 43, 44, 45, 46s. Pull the all wheels out completely. That's what I would do, or that's what I'm doing. Push these blocks in, wheels to the side, pull, push 46s out. I'll keep these, might need them, never know. So, and we got 43, 45 right here. Goes in like this. 44 opposite way. 46. And these are supposed to be all the way in, by the way, just FYI. I'm gonna go back and forth a little bit just to make sure I can get them in completely. Don't know. And 45, same thing. Sometimes you gotta wiggle them around, wiggle, wiggle, to get them all the way to the end as much as you, well, not as much as you can, but like they have to go all the way to the end. According to the pictures. So back and forth. Here you go. Got it. And one more. Wiggle them on, wiggle them off, wiggle them down, on, off. Once again, the tolerances really depends on a lot of things. Try it one way, other way, see which one's easier. Maybe one way is gonna go, here you go, a little bit better. And then let's see, 40, so this is that way, 45, and 44 is the opposite way. And then we need 47. 47 is right, little pieces right here. And I think we do need all 4 of them. So these pieces a little bit tighter. So just kind of like with the tip of your fingernail maybe, push them out. All 4. You will need all 4. There you go. And then these will help a little from the hook. Keep these in place. One, and here's the second one. Got these 2 together. Then we need we inserted that. Now we need 48. That's what I was looking for. Piece number 48 right here. Get the assembly that goes from the bottom towards the top, I think, if that's the bottom and top where the hook is at. Your hook's supposed to be on your right when you assemble it. When you're watching me right now, it's on your left. And then both of the pieces goes in. Here we go. So it's all assembled. Now we need 49. 49 is big piece right here. And I keep on popping out these wheels, so I'm gonna keep them on the side. So 49, it says, make sure this hole is on the top left of U when you put it together. And then you need a number 50, which is right here on the bottom wall. Yes. Just gonna pull that piece out. So 50 goes in top. This is top left. when you're looking at it. UGears says backwards, and you put that number 50 from the back, technically. Towards the front. And it goes in the middle. Little big slot over here. And then you use number 51 as a stopper. 51, it's in the same little piece here where 50 was. Careful with the little pieces, they might break off a little bit. So that stopper goes in from left to right. And it looks like there is a little piece of toothpick that goes in there. And then you cut it off to the surface of number 50 piece. It should be flush. Then we got another piece already. Alright, we're now on plate number 4. Weird because we're not done with number 5 yet, but plate number 4. And we need 52, 53, and 54. Let's see, numbers 52, 53, 53 is right here. 3 52s. Right here. Push the block out. 54's long piece right, little long piece right here. Let's get the block out. Now, once again, with the tinier pieces, you can use your little scalpel knife and make sure you get the location where the laser didn't cut through. That way, it'll make it a little easier to push it through. If you wiggle it a little bit back and forth with your fingers, it should come out a little bit easier. So we put that plate out, number 52s. 1, 2, 3. This is garbage. Well, I should say, don't throw it in the garbage just yet. You never know when and how it might come in handy. So you do 54 with a T, kind of flat towards 53. Push it all the way through, and then 52s goes in with a little 4 holes for the toothpicks, I'm assuming. They're gonna look kinda parallel towards the little T piece 54. This. Now we need 55 and 56. 55 on the same number 4 plank is a piece right here. 56 is on that little block top left. No, bottom left. Apologies. So make sure you look at the pictures. There's warning signs, kind of exclamation marks of how to put things together. Pay close attention to that because you will have to reassemble if you don't. I guarantee you, based on my own experience. And as if you've seen before, that instructions first, assembly second. So this piece is ready almost. Now we need 57, 58, which are in the corners here. And then you will need 59, 60, and 61. So 59 is right here. 60 is bottom right, and 61 is also there. A little lower. Uh, 61. It's without the holes. So we do 57, 58, get them together. Then they are similar, so we're good to go on here, symmetric. Now 61 goes on this side with the little hooks. Not gonna fit. So we did not put it together correctly. So it does matter. So now you have a little, I don't even know. So like if you look at these hooks, there's a thicker piece on one side and then thinner piece on the other side. So that thinner piece goes towards 61. That's how you insert it. With the hooks towards you. And then the 60 piece goes on the opposite end, facing the same direction. And then you put numbers 59 at the end. So they go one way. You can't go wrong on that one. So the toothpick holes should line up, some of them. And then you have one toothpick. Go through the piece here. Hole with a little lever towards the holes on 60, and toothpick should go through the little holes on the bottom here for that lever or whatever it will be. And here you go. So you got a little lever that kind of fits in that piece right here on the number 60. Obviously check that everything is operational. Doesn't say to cut it off yet, so we'll see. Keep it as is. So put that assembly aside. Number 4, we got a little pieces before we get to them. We starting pre-assemble some pieces. So let's take our main frame. The little piece that we just assembled, and let's see, that goes this way. Figure it out first. Alrighty, I think I got it. Now, so you take this piece you just assembled. Make sure you bring that lever through the frame onto here. Hold it by that lever and bring the rest of the pieces out on the outside of the frame. There's a little holes that should line up. Use half toothpicks. You might have some left from previous assemblies, the cut off pieces. I use those a lot of times because that way you're reusing. And from one side and then enter from the other side. Use a little helper to get it in completely. So the levers right here can't go anywhere. These are in somewhat. See, it doesn't really tell you how much it should be left. One picture shows longer, one picture shows less. So because we do have toothpicks, and these are toothpicks, make sure you cut off little pieces here by the frame like it tells you. But we can always come back and hopefully fix these. Alright, then our next piece, two number 64s. We assemble 64s. '63 and '62. You should say '62, '63, and '64. So you pull these out. '62 just fell out. '63, little tiny, let's say maybe O-rings. '64s. All right, got that empty piece. Put it aside. Away. Now, complicated part of the assembly. Engine, crankshaft, block, little hook here, the block, so the little long piece goes towards that hook. Insert the cylinders through. Put number 62 on the end. And then 63 to cap it off. Still rotational. Take a little pre-assembly with the little wheel gear here. I guess they cover hood. No, that's later. So that gear goes right into here, into like little piece that is sticking out from the frame. The cover goes into this hole. The engine block so it shows you the little cutouts supposed to be facing towards the car, away from that long piece. these will go into, so we'll take this out. No. Maybe. So, I was looking at trying to figure out how everything goes in. So the little piece on the bottom, the crankshaft, there is a little hole at the base of the frame. And then there are two top holes. That's where the block goes into. Make sure it all the way in. And then this one's in also. And something just fell out. And I'm not sure for where. So the little O-rings go onto the end of the crank shaft. Oh, I know where that piece came from. From the axle. For some reason it's just pretty loose on here, so. And then we gotta insert that into the crankshaft, into our little transfer case. Alrighty, so I gotta pull the blocks out a little bit. Pull the rings. Rotate the crank, your transfer case a little bit. Oh. It is 10 o'clock by me. It would be 10 p.m. You might be a little bit tired, but I'm not complaining. So that, there we go. Looks like we got all of this in. There you go. And you got to make sure everything is spinning and cylinders are going. Oh, isn't it nice? Isn't it beautiful? Check this out. And I'm only not even halfway through. That little piece cut keeps on popping out. So let's see, we got everything in. Next. Oh, yeah, we do have to remove these pieces. I'm not sure why it's so late in the assembly. And you can check out photo on page 38 of the instruction manual to see if you assembled everything correctly. Next, we go and put the little UGears piece, front piece, where it belongs. Let's see. Hole top right. There's a little hole for the toothpick that is coming out. So everything should match up, all the little holes. And everything go in nice and smooth, somewhat. So just align, make sure you align all the components, assemblies together, and it should go somewhat nice and somewhat easy. Okay, now here you go. Done. Truck is almost ready. Kidding. That was step number 2. We got our wheels. We got our engine. Where's it? I do not have enough light here, that's for sure. So I'm gonna untie it a little bit. So that looks about 1/5. Now I can tie it up. Does look like 1/5. And then it says to cut it off right underneath that 1/5. And you do need, so you use your knife. And you need 2 pieces like that. I'm gonna put that one aside. Let's try one more time. So you take the rubber band, kind of try to make it flat. Keep the top piece and loop the other one underneath it, just like this. Then with that bottom piece, you wrap it around and bring it into the loop that you just created. And then you bring the knot a little bit higher up to 1/5. And then kind of like this. About 1/5. And then pull on a rubber band to get the knot nice and tight. And cut it right underneath the knot a little. And a third try might be late. So we got 2 rubber bands. Next, toothpicks. We need 2 65s. 65, 65. And you know, to let you know the truth, it is very hard to talk and do something for me. But as I said, apologize. Hopefully it's gonna help somebody out to put the truck together. And as long as that is accomplished, at least one person, that means I have not wasted my time and have not wasted my guess saliva? No, shouldn't say that. So 165 goes on one side, and then 165, or one piece of 65 goes on the opposite end of the front by the axle. And then 2 toothpicks. Cut in half. Insert it through little holes right here. Now, when you're cutting off pieces, make sure you don't press somewhere hard on some other location, because some of the pieces might break off, especially the ones that are loose, like some axles or some frame pieces or gear teeth. So just be careful when you're pressing. Alright, that one broke off, but it's okay because we managed to push some of the toothpick through. So we'll just lesser piece to cut. And it does say to cut the 4 that you just inserted, and then one sticking out right here in the middle. That's okay. Need to get it with the right angle. Alrighty, that is done. And now we can insert these 2 rubber bands that we just created. So they have to go through little holes right here and hook onto these number 65 that we just inserted. I'm just cleaning off a toothpick on here. For that, you can use the little one of the H pieces, the long one. Should go through. Let's see. Can you use it? No. My apologies. So, in that case, there's another piece of equipment, just a regular paper clip, kind of like a little bent, like in a little hook right here. So that's what I'm using, and I'll just push it through the hole that we have, put a rubber band on it, and pull it back out. Make sure you hook the rubber band onto the number 65 little hook there. There you go. And then you put it on the other end. Repeat the procedure with the other side. As I said, that rubber, not rubber, I apologize, the little homemade hook out of paper clip comes very handy. I created with the very first model that I assembled, which was a tram, which is still operational, by the way, after my 3-year-old been playing with it for a while. So now we have these rubber bands in here, and it's nice and springy. All right, next. Page number 10 out of 158. Kidding. Don't know how many pages on here. But we are on page number 10 out of 37 assembly. 35. So still got some, probably 1/3 done based on that, hopefully. Next piece, we're going number 2 plate. Number 2 plate. And instruction step number 1 is gotta get pieces number 67. Right here. 66 right here. And 68 is right here. '66 this way, 67, with a little cross, clean surface to the outside, 68, goes into here. Upside down, like this. All the way in. Put it aside. Ooh, look at what we forgot. We come back to this previous step. We forgot to put a little, and as I mentioned before, that some of the pieces or instructions you need to read through completely, but thank God it was a little piece that is just cover on top. Should open up fairly easy. Not sure if it has to have much movement, but goes like this. We'll check later. All right. Put this aside. The number 69 and 70. 70 is right here on the inside. The little round piece. 69 is this big one. Once again, 4 toothpicks, but in reality it's only 2, cut in half. Snip. Yeah, that one broke. One, 2, Obviously, because it's a round, doesn't matter which way you're gonna put it. But which way? With the x-axis going to the right. No, I'm just kidding. You push the toothpicks. Once again, I'm using the little H1 piece. Put that aside. 73, 74, and 72. '73. Two of these. As I said, remember to push it from the other end, from clean. If you take it out from something from inside. 74, and then 72s. One toothpick cut in half. Now, how far are we? Another one bites the dust. Although I can reuse those, I'm just gonna put them aside. I think my knife is getting dull a little bit, so I have to get a new blade. 73. I have another 73. 74 with the teeth towards you. Just make sure you put it in correctly, just like in the picture. And then 72 inserted there, kind of opposite, with a little piece one way, and then so during the rotation they will be facing the same way, into the same direction, I should say, not the same way. So just like that, if you can see. Some pieces go on tight, which is a good thing. You don't want them to fall apart during the operation. And then we have two halves inserted through. And I'll take a wild guess that's gonna hold the rubber bands. Yeah, my blade is getting dull. Apologies. And now we're checking with the picture, and we got the correct direction. So if you had it teeth the opposite direction, if you have it facing you this way to the clockwise, they should face counterclockwise. Then you have it wrong. You'll need to remake it. Now we need a piece 71, which is right here. Previous, nice catch. Previous assemblies, two of them. Toothpicks are still there. We're not cutting. We did not cut them off yet. All right, these are in. Actually, this is the step when they tell us to cut it off. So I'm gonna take it apart, it's just easier. And once again, careful with the toothpicks because they are sharp. And I just felt how sharp they are. So the X towards you, this X with the little piece opening towards you, that's how they go together. Well, you won't be able to put it any other way. All right, and then number 70 goes on top. Let's see. Need to figure out which way. And it also can only go one way. So you can't go wrong. Done. Two more toothpicks cut in half. I'm gonna go from the back side because that's just easier to insert them. You might struggle trying to put it in the other way. And some toothpicks do go very easy, some of them you gotta put a little bit pressure on. It just, I guess, depends on both on toothpicks and the hole. And then we got piece number 75, which is right here. That one to the hook towards you, like that. We got 3 out of 4. And then we put number 76. Which is right here. It goes in just like this. Like this. My bad. On a toothpick, then you use H1. There's a little hole. So the toothpick's supposed to stick out a little bit, and you slice it up. So it's supposed to stick out a little bit, so there is some movement. Now we do number 77. Goes on to here, just sits without anything. And then the previously assembled little piece goes inside here. We do want to put some wax on it, and after I do that, I need to check. All right. So next is to take a rubber band, which is 1/3. We're doing it in the same fashion. So let's try to remember twist. I got it. And about 1/3, so got it right, roughly. Alright, so this goes in here. Alright, so you hook a little rubber band, 1/3 of it around here, and put it in. And there's a little hook on here, so it should hold itself together. Unfortunately, that little hook is not held by anything and it's fairly loose. So hopefully it's not going to snap off while we're working on the other pieces. So we're going to put this aside, continue working. Now we're still on the number 2. We need the piece number 78, which is right here. So we kind of push that one out, and there's number 70 inside of it. So 70 we go from the good edge, or actually on this one doesn't really matter. Just be very careful not to pull too much material out. Then we need number 79, a bunch of little pieces right here, and then numbers 80. Now it's little 83, keep it for on the side right now. So 79s and 81s. So these are tiny pieces. Just wiggle them back and forth. Usually they come out fairly easy. If not, you can use, I use that little file to help me out a little bit. Don't press too much though, because it does leave indentation. Let's see. Toothpicks works too, apparently. So we only need 79, only 4. I went ahead and cut out all 8 pieces, but they will come in handy later. So, and here we do 1, 2, every other one. So you can't go wrong. If you can't count. All right. And then we take 81s. 08 this time. I checked. And all that me talking, I might just cut it out and make a short video like I did with previous assemblies and just say, hey, look at that, what I can do. Can you see if you can do the same thing in the shortest amount of time possible? Just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. Once again, on this one, it is recommended because they're little round pieces. That's probably going to be some motion. It is recommended to file them off a little bit and make sure that they are completely round. So we're going to go ahead and use a little file. Check it with your fingers. That's usually a good indication if you don't get scratched. You file it fairly well. Once again, it's just a recommendation, not necessary to do it. I've assembled models without doing it and it still works just fine, except a little, if you put side to side, the models that I did that run a little bit faster and smoother than the ones that I didn't do that. So needed on one side, recommended, but not necessary. So you don't need to run out and spend $100 on a little precision file. You can just buy one for $2 on Amazon. And then a little commercial break. Please visit our website UKidstoys.com. It's UKIDZ Toys TOYS.com or UGears.us to see if there is any updates, any news, or any new models. Now you can use a regular instead of the file, you can use a regular sandpaper. It's totally your choice. One more recommendation is to put some wax on there. So we're going to do that before we fully assemble it. That looks like a little bearing. And I guess for this model we will use quite a bit of the candle wax. Probably not going to have to get a second one, but another good place, well no, I shouldn't advertise other stores, But IKEA is a good place to get tea candles. They're pretty inexpensive there. If you have one in town, that's a place to get it. And one more. Oh, nice. Nice and smooth. And then the other ones, you just number 79s. Insert from the opposite edge to lock in the little nice bearing. Then it is recommended wheels we already waxed. So nice and clean bearing. Now, step number 1 is to put a rubber band around 82. So we gotta snap out 82 first. Take one rubber band. They do recommend to wax a surface, and we will do that. That's where the bearing's gonna run on. So put a little wax on there. Rubber band and hook it as shown on the picture, like this. Then we have a bearing on top of it. This is going to go like this. Then we insert it into the assembly. Take one of the H pieces, the long ones, hook the rubber band onto it, whichever way you want, and you bring it through. Like it. And one more try. Here we go, just like that. Grab it, wrap it around. We come in from the other side. So that's what that tool is for. You wrap it around and hook it. Well, you just wrap it around and it hooks itself, and you just pull it out the other end, and I'm assuming hook it. So I jumped ahead. And I was right. So I would adjust the rubber band a little bit so it's nice and kind of equal strain on it. Put it aside for now. Next, little no 83s. So we had 183 here. Apparently it's only one. Do a toothpick. I'll just take a new one. No, I don't need to. It can use any of the pieces here. Just make sure it's nice and straight cut on one side. No, that one doesn't work very well. Here you go. Push it through. And one of the H pieces. So the one that I used to help me out. So it has to be from one side to the center of that little through hole. Make sure you get it to the right. I didn't. Kind of hard, but so you gotta wiggle it a little bit. Wiggle is apparently my favorite word. So I got it to about half, and then the other side you just slice it off at the H. So I usually put it on the table because that's easier. Mark it, and then you cut it. Here you go. Double check, make sure you got approximately the right dimensions. We do, and then you insert it from the bottom with the shorter piece. Here we go. I'm kind of trying to get the toothpick flattened here in the gear so you can pull the rubber band a little bit back. Now we do have 12 times, so it's total 12 rubber bands including this one. So we need 11 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for a total of 12. And we just repeat what we did before. Alright, so we got these 12 rubber bands on. Now it's time for two number 84s. to hold the rubber bands together right inside. Careful not to break them, but it should go in pretty easily. So they're in, just like this. You can check the photo of your work on page 40 of the instructions, so might be a little bit helpful. Then we go in number 3, so we put this aside, that assembly that we just did. Plate number 3. '85 and '86. Let's see, 85. And number 86. 1 toothpicks, 2 halves. Actually, let's use something that we have already from the previous assembly, just to kind of show that, hey, the 2 should be on top. The other 2 on number 85 should line up with the 2 on number 86. So we do that, and then cut off the 2 pieces. Well, and then it does say file them recommended. To file them. And we're going to push it through so it's flat on one side, and then get rid of the parts on the other. And then toothpick, let's find a longer piece, leftover piece, or we can take one of the ones that I broke. No, not gonna do that one. A little bit too tight. Yeah. Chop it in half. Now from the bottom, and it should be both from the bottom and from the top, about the same length as this little thickness of this piece. So I'm going to use another helper just to push it through to even it out. Then bring it on the other side, mark it, and chop it off. So we got 2 little pieces on both sides that both gears should be lubricated, and the surface should be, both gears, this surface, and the toothpick on both sides. All of that should be lubricated. So let's see, can get one surface and the bottom surface too, actually. So I'm gonna use a lot of wax here. Wax on, wax off, and then gears. That's tough spots to put those DVACs on. And just do your best job. Some of it will transfer, some of it will stay as is, but it is really helpful if it's there. All right, done. Now we need numbers 88 and 87. My assumption is the same procedure as with the other one. So let's just use the toothpicks. Got a bunch of them here. They all numbered. They're pretty much it's the same assemblies as with number 1 on page what is it, 15, 14? That's page 14 now. It's right here on page 14. So we're just gonna get the numbers in 3, 4, just did 2. So you just get them together. Let's see, 90, 89. It would be number 4s. Once again, don't forget the numbers should line up. So just to be on the safe side. You think it might not matter, but it actually might matter a lot. Well, not with the round pieces. Obviously, they do look symmetrical to me, so I'm not sure if that's the purpose of it or if it's just to show you that number 4 should go with number 4, and so on. So we got numbers 3 and 4. 5 is 91, 89. 2, 91, and 92. And then 91 is on the bottom. Here I'll use the new toothpick. Actually, we have it here. So there's 5 pieces there. Number 6, which is 93, and then 96 would be 94 and 95. 94, 96, and 294s. '95, it's if you took it apart and you not sure which one is which, 95 is the one with actually I'm gonna use a different toothpick because this one somewhat broke. With the less teeth, so that's the number 95. We're doing number 7 now. Once again, I'm assuming that it's the same as the other one. The toothpick should not stick out, so we should clean him off. And we'll go in sequence. So next, number 3 is the one that we were working on. So we cut that off. Make sure there's nothing on one side. Kind of push them inside a little bit, and then clean off on that. Number 4. Push in. Or clean it off. Make sure it's easier for you. Number 5. Six, nothing. 7. All right, now we can use the half toothpicks that we broke off. No, can't use that one. And this. I'm gonna use a longer one, so on number 7, I'm gonna use the number 5 probably. Number 7. Number 5 should use a new toothpick also. We had one of them here that I pulled out, so we need to go like kind of like halfway. repeat the process for the rest of the little gears. And if it breaks, that's where the pliers come in, because you can pull even small pieces, as you can see. Alright, and one last, number 6. Now all these gears, number 3, we should do this side too, including the toothpick. Right, so that side and toothpick. And everything else, just the gears. The battery is So this is the hardest part, to get all these parts waxed. As you see, I should probably get like pink candles that make it look a little nicer. Yeah, it's a joke, obviously. Alrighty, and then we're off to the next step. This. There's a hole here. Like this. Number 2, which we assembled, goes in here. So let's put number 2 first, because it's smaller. Number 5 would go right here. No. Right in here. Down. That. Further, number 3 goes in next to number 2, obviously. Upside down. No. Oh yeah. Number 4, upside down, goes into here. Next to number 3 and connecting. Then number 7 goes down on the bottom with the gear with the last teeth going towards the bottom. There, we might want to make sure that it fits into the other gears for the little axle here. And then the last, number 6, goes on top here, and make sure everything is interconnected nicely. Just like on the picture number 3 on page 15. And then we take number 3, there's a big piece. That is 99. And we're supposed to insert a couple pieces in there, like one 101, 102, 103, 104, 2 101s. All right, let's do 101s. You see 1, 2, 3. Then finally, my fingers starting to hurt, so I'm using additional tool to push the pins out. Once again, I'm doing this as in one set, and sometimes it might get a little bit hard on your fingers in order to get everything out without you hurting. So pushing it back and forth, especially tiny pieces like that, it's a little bit hard to get them out. But who said it's not going to be challenging? Alright, so this is this way. Do 101. These two. One or two. One or two goes one in here. Wait. And one goes right in here. Just follow the instructions. So there's one hole right here and one hole right there for the 102. So this is 101s, 3 of them. This is 102s. Once again, make sure they're all the way in. Then 103. One of them goes in the top hole right here, top for you, bottom for me. And then 104. Goes right in the middle here between 102s. And then that whole plate goes on top. There's a little pieces on the axles that it fits them in. And all the gears should perfectly line up with the holes. Oops. Everything lined up except one, which I'm gonna attempt to fix, and I did. So everything is through. The gears are rotating. Make sure you check, make sure they are. So they have to go, might work it in a little bit, so. They're supposed to all rotate. Good. Next we need 98, 97, 98, we do need one toothpick for it. And probably my guess would be that the toothpicks we're gonna use that our H1 piece, and it's supposed to be the thickness of the H1, right? So just like all the other ones, doesn't really say. Now this one's a little small, so it's easy to dip into the lubricant. And that one goes right into that slot. There's a slot right here, so that's where it goes. 97 looks like it's gonna go onto the axle. We also need to lubricate it. And then 100. There is a specific instructions how it's supposed to go. So just make sure. So we put it onto the toothpick, rotate it around, bring it up, and it's in like this. So one more time, just take it like this, put it over the toothpick on the number 98 that you just inserted, with the slot, that little angled slot with the angle, and then bring it through and rotate it like this to set it up. Next piece, use 105, 2 of them. And to lock these two, kind of lock it in place, that it doesn't go higher. So it's not really locking it to go up, but it's locking it from going actually up and down, because there's like a little pieces on the bottom there. Now that might be a little struggle there. Alright, got one in. Almost all the way in. And got the second one. Next is on the opposite end, and there we're gonna have 98, 97, which we just used. $107. That's a piece next to 100. 98, we're doing the same thing. We're just going to take a toothpick, similar with the previous one. The depth is the thickness of H1 piece. I believe it is H1. Dip it in. Same thing, inserts in the slot. Then $97 goes over the axle. And then 107 piece, kind of similar insertion, is the other one. And then we use one piece of 106. To lock that one down, so it doesn't come out. I'm not sure if there is a, yes there is. Then we take piece 108. And here, I'll clean it up because it didn't come out very well for me. And 3 toothpicks here, so it's 3 halves. Insert it from the top. So the 2 pieces are completely through. The 2 that are right next to each other. And then the piece that is in the middle, kinda, it has to be the thickness of that H1 piece. So, here you go. And then on the bottom, we use the H1 as kind of like a measurement tool. This piece is completely sliced off, so that's what we're going to do. and then the other two, use that H1 tool, set it on top, and it should be to the edge. Dangerous playing with the tools here. So I got both. And now piece 110. And 109. And 109, where's 109? It's right here. I'm going to take 111. It looks like it's not numbered, but by the shape, this looks like an 111 piece. So it might have been numbered, but one of the pieces was removed. Then another 109. Then a 2/3 rubber band. Now once again, I'm trying to get it hopefully there are spare rubber bands. It's a tough one. Then we go to the page 17, where we take 1/12, which is still in the number 3. It's a big piece in the center. And then 3 109s, and we got exactly that many left. And this stack goes like this, just like that. And once again, just follow the pictures on booklet. Another toothpick, cut from one side, from the back where the sharp edge is at, completely. And then on the other side where we just inserted 109s, it's using the H1 helper. Make it flat. Now this goes onto the truck, locking the 2 pieces together that we just installed. Then we use the 2 toothpicks, cut in half, make it 4. To lock it down. So just insert it through little holes that are popping out. And then we can use the tool to get it through. Might have inserted it too far, but we'll see in a second. And then, yes, I have. So kind of have to pull it out a little bit. So we gotta put this piece with the I'm using one of the tools that was provided to pull the rubber band through the little hole, and then I'm going to use something else, just one of the toothpicks to keep it there. Alright, and now we push the toothpicks further. And then we have the little piece. Going down. And 1/13. This is the last piece on the number 3. And we can recycle that. And these 1/13ths should be inserted all the way through. So this one, you keep on going, and we just pulled it out. Alright, not fun. So let's give it a second try. Back to the installation of that little piece with the rubber band, because it didn't work too well. And I probably should use my little staple, or not staple, but a paper clip tool, which I mentioned before works pretty good for most of the applications. So take that, pull it through, and then it does say to, on the second sheet, or follow-up sheet, to lock it up in place right here. So that's what we're gonna do. And put the toothpicks back into the place to kind of hold it down. Now we gotta get the 1/13 in. All right, got him in. Next, timer is still running, which is good. We're in 4 hours. Rubber band is locked. So we do need to cut these toothpicks a little bit, and the way they recommend to cut is just make sure that it locks or holds the top piece together. All right. So the next step, we need to cut out number 114, 115, and 116. And those are on a number 7. So we're looking for number 7 plate, and 114 is a big piece here, so you can't miss it. And then 116, 115 are right to the side. So piece 115 goes right here with the exclamation mark facing, if you look from the back of the frame, then it'll face you correct way. And then R&D, which is reverse, neutral, and drive, same thing. Facing you, there is another toothpick and a little piece that you stick it on, so you can rotate it like that. and cannot put it back in, can you? There you go. All right, and then you put a cover on top. With the cutout piece, let's see, looks like it towards the right if you're looking from the back of the car. So just like that. Should ideally go in very easy. Not always the case. So just get a look around and see what needs to be adjusted in order for it to slide in. Alright, I got most of the pieces in except one right here, and once again, don't be afraid to use some additional tools in order to move pieces into the place and lock it all together. Alright, hopefully that piece oh. Alright, good news for me, I have to take it apart because it doesn't fit. I made a mistake when I removed this piece out, but unfortunately it just fell out and I didn't think of putting it back in. And locking it into the place before I put the frame in. So I'm a little bit out of luck. And we're going to try to squeeze it in right now. So it is a good idea to keep it there before removing it. So good thing I didn't have to take too much apart. Hopefully you did not make the same mistake, and maybe I should not put that video up. But in either case, when you're going to be watching this video, most likely you're going to be watching it because you're stuck somewhere rather than follow my instructions and directions. Anyway, one more time. Okay, we got that down. Now half of our car is almost ready. Numbers 117, 118, and 119 also on the same piece. One 117, 118, and 119. Why am I so not seeing 118? I found 118. Because I thought it was a 154 and it's right here in the middle. 117 and 120. Sorry, 119 and 118. 118, 117 needs to be lubricated a little bit. And that goes into a little piece here. Then we have 118. And that's stuck in here. And then 119 goes up like this. Then we got on the other side. Piece 122. $120. It's okay if you break the board, but not any parts. 121. I had it pulled out a little bit earlier. It fell out with the block. And that one goes on the other side. Same thing here. Lubricate it a little bit. One second. Done. And then we'll take another toothpick, half of it, and do it that way. And then we're gonna go up to this part. $125, $126, number 7 still. All right, so that's how far we got so far. We got 126 and 125 installed here with a little lever that is lockable to lock the rubber bands here. So we're gonna stop for today. Okay, we're back. Let's see. We're on page 19. Just a little recap. We got most of it done. Everything is base is assembled. So we're gonna go into the next step. Looks like a door. So we parted 127 and 128 off of number 7 plate. So we have our plate. Let's just get the one we need. Got 417. So out of plate number 7, we need numbers 127 and 128. Let's see, 128 is right here in the corner. Push it out. And 127 should be in that block. So I pulled it out a little bit earlier. Let's find it. It's right here in a little piece. So we got it. Hold the door with that little opening towards bottom right, and then we insert the little 127 piece at the top right corner from behind, if you look at it. So like just like this. Make sure it's all the way in. And then a toothpick. By the way, I cleaned up a little bit, get rid of the toothpicks. So this one, it's gonna go in, cut in the bottom. Actually, they're asking for a half of the toothpick. Go in, then the measuring H1 piece, and then it's supposed to be cut right at that bottom edge. So it's supposed to stick out a little bit, but not too much. Just like that. And then we cut it from, I'm assuming we're cutting from the back, because it doesn't show the piece. So we'll get it. We do have extra toothpicks just in case. So we got that little piece sticking out just a bit. And then the next, put it aside, truck is aside. Piece 130 and 129, and they're on the number 2. Let's see, piece number 2 is right here. That's 130, big piece. And then 129, once again, it was like on a little, so this got 131 still, so I still have to use it. So there was a little block that came right here inside the door. There's a piece 129 in there. So I moved it out a little bit earlier, but here you go. And then 129 goes right where the X is at, with the little notch facing towards that big large opening. Just put it in, and then half of the toothpick goes into here. Once again, use some tool from the side where there is a little opening or circular opening. And I guess we're putting it on this side. I think I inserted the toothpick a little bit too far. So let me push it back out a little bit. Here you go. Maybe a little bit more. I need a longer stick, so I'm gonna take another toothpick. And we're gonna insert it just like this. It looks like it has to, so it has to be long enough to, looks like, to cover almost all of the hole. So we'll see once we get to it for the assembly. Now the door, we're putting it on the truck. It goes with the little window towards the bottom. And then there's like a little notch or little boss on a piece that you installed earlier. So we that has to fit in just like this. And then it doesn't go in very well because there is a toothpick, so I'm going to clean it off in order to get the pieces going. Here we go. The door is on, and then we need piece 131 and 132. 131 piece is on that number 2. I'm gonna take that out, and then 131's. Let's see where they at. That's 131, I apologize. And 132s are also on a little block that was on the number 2, which I pulled out earlier. So there's 2 132s. I'm gonna pull those out, push those out. Apologize for that. One, and then the second piece right here. 2. We still need that block because there's still more pieces. Now, this little piece that we're assembling goes in right on top. Let's see if we get it correct. The little piece, that door, let me see. Let me get it in first and we'll see if it's in correctly. I think we're missing a piece, and I just noticed it, and let me see, it's right here. We're not missing it, it's just not sticking out far enough. So we have to push it back up. Use any of the pieces, I guess, that we've already used. To push it back up. I'm a little bit confused with this little plate. All right, let's see. Try it out one more time. Everything is on. Everything is on. A little piece. Push through to make sure it's through here. Little hole, little toothpick that was sticking out, and looks like the door is opening fine too. So hopefully I got it right. Then we do need 131 and little 132 pieces. So 132 pieces go a little bit under, kind of like sideways a little bit. Make sure that little notch is on the right hand side. So just when you insert it, has to be on the right as you're looking into it from the front of the car. A little bit of force. Just make sure you hold it the back with the finger a little bit. Give it a little push from the back, otherwise you might break a piece. So there's a little visor here on top. And then the next is we need 2 pieces of 133, which are on the same piece that we broke off 132 from. Let's see. Get these out. And then there you go, a little upside down to the side here to hold the roof. One goes in from one side, and then the other one goes from. And when did we forget to install the side piece? There it is. We missed a step, and that step was right here. So I apologize once again. Another little mistake. I did see little door handle, but I completely forgot about the little piece at number 124. So 124 is a number 7 plate. Once again, it's okay if you do make mistakes sometimes. You can always come back. The parts are pretty sturdy. So let's do 124, pull it out, and then it goes just like this. So we can always stick it in a little bit later. Let me just lift the top a little bit. Incorrectly, so there's 2 bosses that you can insert. Just push it in and then lock it back in place, the top plate. That's in case if you forget. If you didn't forget, you got nothing to worry about. And then back to the page number 20, where we at, and piece 133 from the other side goes right into that little piece that we just inserted. So nice, smooth, and perfect. We do have a photo on page 43 for the whole assembly. So top is ready. Then step number 4 is a little piece coming off plate number 1. So let's go to plate number 1. I got a little piece that constantly falling out. It's 157. I'm keep on putting it back. Probably was a replacement during the production, because those pieces somewhat loose. So we're in number 1 plate, piece number 134, 135, and 136. So 134 is right here. It's a little hook. So let's pull the whole part out. That way it'll be a little bit easier. To work with, or pull it from, push it, push it, push it, push it. So again, I break off just the holding piece, which is okay. I haven't had yet where the actual part broke off, so we're good to go on this. 134 and 135, 136 parts are on a little block that I already pulled out. Let's see, a little block from around this area. And that one we got 135 piece, then 136 right here. And 135 gets locked around 136 on the other side. You kind of put 136 in first, kind of rotate it sideways a little bit, and then 135 gets inserted sideways, kind of similar to what we did in our pistons. So make sure the arrow is from the side, so get inserted kind of similar fashion. Here you go, it's in and it's on there. Then we need our 137, which is on the same little plate, and then two 138s and 139. Back again. So we got 137 piece, we're gonna insert it here to lock these 135 and 136 together, and it only goes in one way, so locks it up. And then we got 138 and two 138s and 139. These go onto the shaft here. Once again, only one way you'll be able to slide them through. Two numbers 138, and then 139. It's kind of floating, so once again you'll be able to insert it only one way. You can rotate it. So, and then there's also piece 140, which is on the plate number 1, bottom right. And that one with the little hole through, there's two holes and there's one small hole, and that small hole has to be on that hook right here. So make sure you get it the right side. Now we're on the page 21. Good. It looks like we have to insert that assembly into the car. So we take this little slot or through hole, and we put it into there's a little hook right here. So we get it on the hook on the further side, so the one that doesn't have the connection on. Put it in there. Looks like we have to connect, slide it in, rotate it in, kind of to the side. 1 second. One more try. I inserted the wrong way, so it has to be away from you. Put it in and then twist it around a little bit so it gets into 90, kind of like an 180 actually degree angle to the opening. So you got to twist it a little bit, and then bring it back up so it's kind of perpendicular to the length of the car. And then this is the steering column, twist it up a little bit, and it goes through the hole right here in the window. Let's see if we can get it in completely without breaking anything. You can open the door if it makes it easier for you, and then I have it through. Now it doesn't look right, so it has to be like this and through here. So you have your little piece on the bottom perpendicular to the length of the car, and then the steering column goes right through the hole, kind of parallel to the surface, this surface. And then you snap, there's these two little 189 piece into the opening here on the side, and the other one too. Once again, try to reach in and hold it a little bit with the finger when you're inserting, just to make sure that it doesn't break off. And make sure the wheels are turning when you turn the column. So you can see kind of like this. All right, next step, you gotta get a steering wheel. It's in the number 1. It's a little piece right here on the top. So we're gonna get that, and we're gonna put it in with the little 3 pieces towards the bottom. Once again, hold the pieces together. You may want to open the door to put it on. Once again, make sure all the way to the end. So now when you turn the wheels turn too. Alright, so we're all done. Here's the wheel. When you turn, or I can turn the wheel so you can see that the wheel is turning, and then little assembly here so you can see how everything works. The next step, we're done. You can see the photos of it on page 41 and 43 just to make sure you got the assembly right. And we go on page 22. Here we need number 7 plate, and we start off with the pieces 142, 143, and 144, which I believe they're right here. So let me pull that little block out. 142. Little horseshoes, 2 of them. Once again, it's 2 assemblies, so you will need 2 of each part. Then 143, 2 of them, and then 144, 2 of them. But you can do one at a time, or you pull them all out together at the same time. I'm going to do it one at a time. So 142, then we insert 143, kind of like to the side of the top little piece. And then 144 goes on the other end to make a little headlight. So kind of like this little assembly. Makes it very nice and unique. And then we'll do the same thing for the second piece. Repeat. And then number 2 step is 2 146 pieces. They're on the plate number 1. And actually I pulled that block out earlier. So here it is, 146. And then you have UGM plate 1, which is 145 numbers on the plate number 1. Push it out. And then this one, make sure you have the letters facing you, and then insert the 2 parts with the hooks from the back. Then there's 2 toothpicks, full size, which is fairly rare, looks like it in the assembly. And there's also, just in case if you break these 2 146s, there's a spare ones in the block right next to it. I did find them right here. All right, and the toothpicks. Two of them goes through the 2 holes that we have in the 146s. Once again, a little bit careful because toothpicks are sharp. If they don't go too well, you can grab another one. Usually, second or third one might go a little bit easier. They are different sizes after all. Similar but different tolerance. Alright, so we got the 2 toothpicks. That's pre-sampled. Also put it aside. Number 3, these are the footwells. And then we have, that's one on the block number 7, or plate number 7, or plate number 7. We got number 149. Number 152. 154. They're all on the same plate. 148. 150. Feels like never ending, right? And 151. Once again, it's okay if you break the actual plate. It's not okay if you break an actual part, because you will need to find a spare, and I'll get to that at the end of the video. Alright, so we do 148. Actually 149 is 148 piece, which is kind of like a little L shape, I'm assuming. Goes in just like this, through the hole. Alright, lock it in. 150, which is a little angled piece with a little hole on the same 149, closer to 149 plate. Put it in here, and then 152. Make sure you're using the correct side. So let's see. This one didn't put it in. I guess you have to do it at the same time. Possibly. Let's see if we can do. There's a shorter hole closer to the edge and hole further to the edge, so use this side that is closer to the edge. That way it's going to be easier for you to insert, and I did not do that right at the first time. So let's put it in again. And try this on. And here we go, it goes in much smoother. And then we have 151 piece with the hole away from the plate. And then 154 on top with the hole facing towards you. So you got a nice little assembly right here. So it's a little foot support, foot plate, whatever you want to call it. And so now we're assembling a very similar piece, except it's on the opposite side. So it's symmetrical, looking mirror image symmetrical. I don't know if you can say that. So we got 150, 149, which I just pulled out, 153. Somewhat symmetrical because they are different afterwards. 155, slightly different. And then you got those little pieces. 148, which is, by the way, not numbered on the assembly drawing. It is numbered on the plate, so it's easier. 150 with a tiny little hole. And then 151. And 156. And then 156 piece going to be on a little plate from the same little block from the plate 7. Little block and little tiny piece right here. So this way, this one you assemble a little bit like somewhat opposite from the previous side. Well, not somewhat, but opposite from the previous side, mirror. Except the pieces are a little bit differently, so it's gonna look slightly different. Here we go. And 150 with a little hole on that bottom plate, 149. Got 153. With a little cutout towards me. 151. 155, and then little 156 piece goes right in here, with the whole axis being parallel to the plate. So we got a second foot support, foot stand ready. Now back on the car, we get the two little light assemblies that we just got together, inserted. There's little slots right here, or holes on the front plate. Got one side, and the other side. Here we got our lights. Then we have our plate with the hooks. There's holes like in the little assembly here. That one's going to be, looks like a little harder to insert. So you insert one side, whichever one you want, push it in as much as you can. And looks like we're going to be cutting them off, so at least the bottom pieces and top too. Yes, both. Cutting them off, so you can use the pliers to pull them back a little bit, or fingers if you're strong enough. See, the pliers don't work very well either. So the idea is to get the two toothpicks without breaking any parts. And I think I just got a little rubber band. And that's how you break parts. Now, as I mentioned before, the good part about that, we do have a whole set of spare parts. And you can find them on plate number 8. I got the spare one right here. So I can pull one out. It's unfortunate, but these things do happen. And let's see how much we need to take it apart in order to replace that. Hopefully not too much. Alrighty, so rubber band is gone. Pull the toothpicks out. There's two little pieces. See, one is out and the other one's out. So two of them. Make sure you don't lose them because you might use them. And then it should easily come out. We can just put a new one in, and at the same time, while we're doing that, we can insert the toothpicks that's we were trying to insert. It should go right in. Put it back in. The little two toothpick pieces also. You can always use new ones, shouldn't be a problem. But here's one is in. I'm using just one of the pieces that are not used at all. And then the second one goes in. There you go. And then we're back with the rubber band. Here I'm going to use my secret tool called a paper clip. Pull it through here. Grab on through the axle. Grab on onto the rubber band. Pull it through and bring it back onto that broken or piece that I broke. So hopefully you were able to see my whole operation. I got it back together, everything is back in place, and here's the headlight that I just also replaced. Put it back on. Here we go. And then we're gonna move our plate to the middle. This is, we can scrap the two pieces that I broke off. And push the toothpicks back in. Work the plate so it's in the center. A little bit hard. Probably use something. I'll use a file to push the plate back in the center, because it doesn't really want to slide on the two toothpicks very well. A little bit more. Just a tiny bit. There you go. So now it's in the center, and we can cut off the toothpicks that gave me so much trouble. Once again, try not to cut it so you cut some other piece off. Watch your direction. By piece I mean your hands also, your fingers, nails or whatnot. And obviously any of the car parts. So we got these two pieces cut off. Nice and smooth. And next step, finally, number 5, is that we need also piece 157 that was constantly falling off. Now remember, you gotta find it all in the bottom of the box. Here you go. And then we get the first assembly of the foot support. Install it on the car. It should fit in perfectly. All the pieces, as you already know. Here we go. And then piece 157 goes in with the thinner side towards the front of the car. So that piece goes in after you insert the footrest, foot support, as it's gonna cover it up a little bit. And it's right here. And then we're doing the same thing on the other side, except that one piece 157. So and as you can see, it's already starting to resemble a vehicle with missing wheels. Alright, and then there's 2 more pieces that doesn't say what they are, shown on the picture. So we'll go on the next step. And I don't see them there, so it might have been just a leftover from the 3D printer. So these two pieces, for now, we're gonna ignore, and we'll see what's gonna happen to them next. All right, we're on page 24, wheels. All the wheels, or we start off with plate number 1. We got 159 right here, and then we got 3 pieces of 160, and 160 are all of way up here in the corner. So we're gonna break these out one by one, and we need 3 for the first assembly, or for the first part. So let's get 3 out. Tiny pieces are harder to get out and easier to break. But once again, we might have spare ones, which, let's see if we do. So I don't see them. No, actually I do. We do have some spare, so we're good to go. I was going to say no pressure, but the pressure is always on. All right. So they're somewhat with a thinner piece towards the top. It should go in fairly easy. 1, 2. Actually, you can kind of see where we're going. So it's in the slots that are not, at least the 3 slots that are opposite. Actually, let me see. It doesn't matter in the end of the day. And then we get 161 in there, and 161 is a little piece inside one of the wheels. These little 2 holes should be parallel to this little slot cutouts on the wheel, kind of like this. And then we need 3 more of 160 pieces, 2 more. You kind of insert them there under the angle. And then number 2. Here you go. And they all should sit nice and perfect. Get that in, and then we get part 162 on the opposite end. And 162 let's see. They are in a little block from the same plate. And then looks like it doesn't matter which way you go. So you can insert it and then rotate it to fit right in. I apologize that I'm speaking with the pauses as I'm thinking what are we doing here while assembling the pieces. So it's not that simple and easy. There are 3 holes. Make sure those 3 holes will line up after you twist the piece. So, because otherwise you will have an issue of not with little toothpicks not fitting through. Right, and then it shows that you do need 2 toothpicks in the outside holes, or I should say 1 toothpick cut in half. Insert it from here and from here. Just 1 second, let me double check. What are we doing? So we gotta take these toothpicks out, cut little sharp pointers off, and then insert it not all the way through. Alright, so they're not supposed to go all the way through. They just go to cut off the sharp points, but they just need to go deep inside to hit both of the pieces, both of the parts. Just to make sure that the little piece locked in place. Just make sure you don't go completely through. That piece still needs to kind of be free in there, just like that. And then slice it off on the kind of hard but as flush as you can get. To that little lock piece. Alright, we got it finally. And then 163, 164 pieces. We got one UGM, truck, we do need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of 4 toothpicks. And they do fly sometimes, apparently, if you cut them too hard. So good thing we have an extra piece in here. I will find the other one later on. Okay, and they go through the UGM. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Make sure UGM faces front. We go through here, 2 little holes that are left. They line up with the slots. So we just insert it like that. And then 165. Would be the piece without any writing on it. We just same thing, the holes line up. The open holes that are not covered by the toothpicks line up with the slots, and then we push all the toothpicks through. Some of them will go hard, some of them will go easy. Harder is a little better than easier, because these toothpicks do hold the wheels together. There you go. 4 more. Sometimes they do break off, which is okay because you just need to hold them together. So as long as most of the part of it is through. And that one's not good, so I'll have to replace this toothpick. If I can get it out. That's where pliers come in handy. Or not. That's what the little tool called the paper clip comes in handy. So we do need one more toothpick cut in half. And put it in. Alright, and now we're going to clean it off on the side that I was inserting it from, just to look nice and smooth. And then the other side, we just cut the pieces off. One wheel, and then we do same exercise for the second wheel, because it does say 2 pieces, so 2 times. Now I'm gonna fast forward so you guys are not bored with me breaking off the toothpicks again. Alright, we're moving on to page 25. Here it's looks like we're making rear wheels, and those are all on plate number 4. So we'll take plate number 4, I think that's the one, and then I get 167, 166, then you will need 168 here in the middle, 169, let's start here for now. So let's see, we do need to make sure to have 167 and 166. Then we need 6 toothpicks, full size, full length. 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we get those into this little 166 piece. All 6 of them. Got 6, and then this 168 piece, and you gotta make sure that the 2 slots that are there, they kind of line up parallel to each other. And not crooked. In my case, I just got them inserted there not perfectly. Alright, looks like got it. And then we gotta use this little tool, and it has to go to the number 1, so we'll push that one in. A little bit hard, but just work it little by little, it will go through. And don't forget to measure it, because you don't want to go beyond the point, because if you do, then it's going to be harder to move it apart. Just a little more. There you go. And then you cut all these off on the small side. Double check the height is perfect, and then we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 halves. Make sure to watch for warnings, and there is a warning here to make sure you line them up correctly. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces rather than 9, as I said earlier. Then we have 168 with the 2 sluts. These sluts must line up with the little holes that are left uncovered. Only with the 169 piece. So they're a little bit offset on the 168 versus 167. But then they have to line up with the holes on 169. Put these together. Push them through to the end. Or break them off by the end. Let's see, the other pieces a little bit easier to work with. And these do get sliced off on the other end over here. Nice and clean. Then we need 170 and 167, 168 and 171. Once again, the holes, try to get them, no, not try, they must line up. And everything in between is supposed to be square, right? And then 2 more pieces, it's 168 with the holes lined up. And we forgot toothpicks. I'm gonna take it off. Get eight halves. So I have 2 here. I'm gonna throw this one out. That one's out. Probably use this one instead. So I think it's a little bit easier to get the 167, 168, and 171 pieces on first, and then put it all onto the assembly. Although we will need to cut those toothpicks out, but that's later. So we'll do this first. Little holes supposed to line up. So make sure you get the wheels with the little tiny holes lined up. Not sure why yet, but there is an exclamation mark to do that. So and then obviously UGM supposed to look out, and we also gonna line up the holes for that one. Can we do that? Not in this case, so I have to pull the toothpicks out. And rotate it the opposite end. So to line up all the holes. 4. And these 4. And just like that. Does sound easy, but I have to think up front a little bit. Hey, there is a reason why these called puzzles. Puzzles make you think. once again, not everything lines up the way I'm expecting it to line up, but we need to make sure they do. And my guess would be we should have checked that in the beginning. Okay. So we'll need to redo this wheel. We're just gonna take these pieces out. So that's what I was saying, that the toothpicks are a little bit sharp, so that's how you get yourself injured. Looks like I put one of the wheels in incorrectly, so I'm gonna rotate it around a little bit and get it back on. So now it's nice and perfect. And I think I pulled out one of the toothpicks. Possibly it's stuck in my finger. So I'll just use a shorter piece to replace that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right here. So we got these, and that would be alright. It's going to be a little bit tough to adjust it back to where it was, but we'll try to do our best. So just a recommendation, start with aligning the wheels first and then putting the toothpicks in, because otherwise you will have an issue to replace it if you got it incorrect from the first time. So let's see, just like that. Alright, looks like we might have it right this time. Check the length is okay. You might want to push it back a little. Beautiful. And then we're gonna put these pieces back on. All right. Hopefully we get it right this time. Nope. Yeah, maybe. Yes. And that's a good sign. make two of these like this. No. So we have to replace the toothpicks again. Unfortunately, I might run out of toothpicks. So these are a bit harder to work with, but we'll get it fixed. Toothpicks planet wonders. Alright, so it looks like we're getting the wheel fixed. A bit tougher than I was expecting it to be, but we'll get it right eventually. So it's supposed to look like that, and then we chop off these little pieces here. You're just gonna be careful because you don't wanna, that's the mistake I made, is I broke it off at the base rather than where it's supposed to be cut off. So you gotta work the knife a little bit easy, so they get cut off where they're supposed to rather than all the way at the base. Just like that. So they're sticking out a little bit. One wheel, and then we have to work on the second one pretty much the same way. So we need 5 toothpicks, 1, 2, 4, 5. Now we got the assembly correct finally, so I know what I'm doing, and I'm just gonna start doing the same thing all the way from the beginning. So we prepare a little 1/66 piece first. Probably should start the instructions right from that point on. So 1/66. And get these toothpicks through. Can't believe I spent 20 minutes on one wheel. And a wheel is supposed to be easy, considering they're round. So we got 5 toothpicks in 1/66. I got them kind of like all the way through. Then we got 1/67, 1/68, and 1/69. We're gonna take these and we're gonna match them up first. All the holes line up. Otherwise you will have an issue. Alright, so we get the holes lined up, and then I'm gonna get 4 toothpicks cut in half to assemble these together. That'll be step number 2, and I would recommend to follow this sequence rather than the sequence that is shown in the booklet. At least I find it easier for myself. So we got all the toothpicks through. Now I cut them out. And even them out on the other side. So we got one wheel ready. Get these lined up. Make sure we get the sequence or line up with the squares. There you go. Push it in. Then we do get 170 piece. Also line up for the little rectangular piece in the center. And push it on. And then the second part of the wheel would be 167, 68, and 71. Now UGM on the outside, line up the holes. Line up the holes for this one. So all three must be lined up. There's this little hole, slot, hole. And those are the ones that we're looking for to be lined up. And then 4 more toothpicks. Get them in half. And get them in. Once again, don't forget the holes must be lined up. And holes on here lined up. And considering the first wheel took me 20 minutes, the second wheel took me only 5. Well, I haven't finished it yet, but so far can probably time me on that. And now we take the toothpicks off. and get the wheels little slots lined up, and for some reason they don't. Now they do. And final piece of the puzzle is carefully slice these off. And I gotta work them around a little bit because they do tend to break off right at the edge, and then you start the process all over, and then just like me, you're running out of the toothpicks. Nice clean cuts. All right, we go on, and finally take the wheels and put them on 172. We got 2 pieces 172s. Put them on onto the axles. So you put them on, there's only one way they can go. If you got the 4 holes lined up correctly, you should be good. And then you should get this little piece 172 on there. I think get the other wheel on because otherwise is that my second wheel? No, this is my first wheel. And the first wheel, guess what? Somehow I managed to not get the holes lined up. There you go. To see if the axles are there. So I can put it on the side and insert the little square pieces to lock the there's only one way, looks like it. You can put it on, and that's the way you should put it on to lock them in place. Little tool to help you out, and then the opposite end. We can do the same thing. Lock the wheels in place. Good to go. And then now with the front. Front wheels should go on there, and there's a little toothpick to put them on. So the front goes with the little piece, rotating piece in the back. And I can turn the car. And you just snap the two pieces together, just like this. And then they should spin somewhat freely. And then you just gotta use the toothpick to go all the way in and be cut off right at the edge here. So if you have small enough just to insert it in there, then you should be good to go, and you should have a bunch of leftovers from the previous piece. So there you go, two of them are in. One is in perfectly, the other one we might want to fix it up a little bit and get a bigger piece in there if we can get this one out. And we can easily get it out because it was smaller. So I'm just going to go with a little bit longer piece. Once again, I have plenty of the leftover pieces. I'm going to take this to try it out. And here we go. Everything spins and rotates, what we're looking for, right? So these are spinning, this is spinning, and this is spinning. So we're all good. Also, the picture's on page 43 of this booklet. So the next one is reassembling the bed. It's 174 and 173. They're all on sheet number 5, plate number 5. Plate number 5's right here. So we got number 173 right here. And it looks like we're going towards the end already as our truck is assembled. Now we're just putting the bed together. And then 174s are right here. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. pieces on the bed, and we're gonna have it like this. They're gonna go onto here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're gonna open them up just like shown on the picture, and there's 175 and 176 pieces that are going there. So we got 175 and 176. They're right next to each other. So two little planks. So 175 goes in on the far hand. Just like this. And then 176 piece also goes in there, and with these little slits towards the bottom. So this one should get in there pretty easy too. And it did not disappoint, and it does go in pretty easy. So the bed looks like this. Now we get 172, 177 pieces, 178 and 179. 2 pieces, 177. And then 178 and 179 pieces are right here. So everything is on the same plate. So these go in the back. And let's see, I'm assuming, well, these come in first. So 178 piece on the top. And 179 piece on the bottom with a little slot cut out towards the base, towards the bottom also. And then you put it in just like this into the bed. Next is 174, which we just did. We need 4 of these. One. 2. 3 and 4. And my hands hurt a little bit, so I'm just going to break this piece off because we're not going to need it. So 2 in here, and 2 in the back end or front end. Then we need 182, 183, and then 181 and 180. So on 184. Just that little piece. And R&D is supposed to be facing backwards and away from you. So when you lift it up, it's going to say R&D. And it's going to go on the bottom. And R&D stands obviously for reverse, neutral, and drive. Piece with the hook, where the hook goes on the left, and then the little slot or cutout on the right, left and right. Hook on the left. So when you lift it up, it says R&D the right way. And then we get this one down too. First with the slots on the bottom. There's no other way to get it in. I mean, you could get it in, but you don't want to. Just like that. And then exclamation mark on the left. And obviously, it's going to face towards you. Hey, we got the bed ready. Almost. Now, we need 185s. 4 of them, they are on the same plate. Little block over here. Once again, you can break the plate, just don't break the parts. And sometimes it's just easier than trying to push the part out, because they're pretty tough. And then these go into these little cutouts. And then you need toothpicks big enough so it's going to hold these in place. So they have to be slightly bigger than the diameter. So let's find these pieces, which we should have plenty of. There's 1. There's 2. Three. And 4. And some more. Alright, so we got these toothpicks in, we got the bed nice and good, and now it's time to install the bed. You can lock it up like this. Those deluxe, that's what we just installed. Now we can put that bed onto the truck, and it kind of goes, slides in underneath. There's a couple open slots in here. And it should easily sit right onto the little pieces. Here you go. Our pickup truck looks like a pickup truck. And then 187 to 187 and 186. This is the hook for the back of the truck. Guess we can pull something with it or push. .186 into 187s. And these two go like this. So we need two more toothpicks. Once again, if you don't have any left, you can use the regular toothpicks that are available at any convenience store around. Make sure it's sharp on both edges, because there's one-sided ones and those not gonna work obviously. But I am using the cutouts or cutoffs that they had, and they work just fine because you don't need very big ones. Let's see, just push it through. And we'll cut them off. And then that hook goes in the back of the truck. Nice and easy. The next step is 188 and 145, and those two are on the same plate. 188 and 185, and they're done with the plate. 188 goes in the back where that hook goes. Kinda keeps all the pieces together. should go all the way in as much as we can. Some parts you need a little bit of adjustment in order to fit it in correctly, but it should go in all the way as much as you can, just like this, so it's nice and flush with all the other pieces. And then the UGM-11 license plate you put on the two sticking out pieces. Once again, you just push it on and it should sit nice and perfect. So the truck is ready, and we got it locked. So if we move this nice and open, it should rotate as much as it can. Now a couple more pieces. It does look like we have to get another rubber band and about 1/3 of it. So as from the previous, you just wrap it around once, and I can come and loop it inside the loop, and we have about 1/3 here. Yes, we do. And have it nice and tight. Cut it off. And then here, we're gonna go in the back on the bottom. Trying to figure out where we're hooking it to. There's on the hook there. Kind of go around with it both and hook it on the other side. So that's where the other little tool might come in handy. I'm just gonna grab it like this. Come in here and wrap it on the other side. Hook that little rubber band. Oh wait, this is by the front. There's two hooks, you can't miss them. And you kind of have to get your finger in there. Doesn't always want to get in there. Might want to get my super tool. And I got it hooked. Right, yes. The next thing is the card holder, and that's on the plate number 8, which is our mostly spare parts plate. Once again, I can't figure out where the two 158 parts go to. And now I have figured it out. So back back to the previous page where I said the two parts that I wasn't able to figure out where they go. that would be the page 23, and the two parts are in number 6. They're kind of like shown right here on the manual. They are 158, and those two parts are on a plate 7. So they're supposed to go in between the cabin and the base of the unit, and I see that now once I put everything together, and that's usually the case, right? So what we need to do is take the license plate off, and then there's that plate we just put in right before the license plate. So those two pieces have to come off. And once we get that off, we can should be able to just lift off that truck bed. Alright, and pull it out, and then we can get the two. Move that plate away. These two 158 pieces into here, and they partially hold the bed together. So there's two slots in the back of the cabin, and they kind of hold the bed in place in that location. And one more time we put in, snapping everything together. One more in the last time. Put the little plate in the back. Once again, it's mostly holding parts together, or helps you to hold the parts together. And then little license plate, and done. Now we're on a holder, so there's a 189, 190, and 189. Then in the middle of 190, once again, push it from the front towards the back, because otherwise you will peel off the plywood. Those are spare parts that I put aside, and then 190 goes nice, just like this, into the slots. 1 and 2. Oh, never mind, the other way around. The little cutout slots are away, and then this can go right in here somehow, just like this, one way or the other. So, and that would be the end of the assembly portion of the unit. As you can see, the nice card holder goes right in here, whichever way you want to put it. It doesn't get attached to anything. So we're done, and the next step is operation. So as of right now, I do have the car in, looks like in neutral. In neutral. So the car is in neutral, and the speedometer, and you can just drive it around. the wheels turning. And then let's see, there's different operations. So with the operations, it's going to be our next session, and we'll go through that. I'll need to read it up, and we'll get back to you. So thank you for being with me. Hopefully this session was helpful. I did make a couple of mistakes, and I did break a couple parts. So, but as you see, everything is fixable. There's plenty of spare parts that can be used. And of course, just FYI, I do have 4 toothpicks left, just in case, but you can use the regular ones. I did have some spare rubber bands, have these. Obviously some spare parts on that plate number 8, the last one, and there's plenty of them. There's some cool little O-rings leftovers, which are useless, but maybe you can find a use for them somewhere. You can carry a truckload. And that comes to the end of the assembly.